Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This week, I am going to be continuing it on in my journey of reading Wizard and Glass by Stephen King. This is the fourth Dark Tower novel. Kat and I are both like well into it at this point. She told me that she was stopping today at page 170. I am at page 270 and hoping that I can make, I'm going to say, at least like 50 pages worth of progress. The other book that I have been reading is actually this National Geographic 100 Hikes of a Lifetime book. Of course, this is nonfiction, and it does have a lot of images, but it's been really cool to kind of just see some of the hikes that you can do from across the globe. And right now I'm in the North American section, and it also tells you distance, the best time to go, the length of the trip that it would take to hike that distance, and how difficult it is. So it's been really, really fun. An absolutely gorgeous coffee book table. And I can coffee book table to coffee table book. There we go. Absolutely beautiful coffee table book. And it made me realize that there was another company called Lonely Planet that produces like guides and other things for different countries across the world about like trips that you could take. And they do things that are a lot more than just hiking, but they do have some that are for hiking. And I think that I want to get a couple of those. And I want to start probably with the one for New Zealand, because I think that would be really awesome. New Zealand's one of the places that I really want to go to at some point in my life. Australia would also be really cool. So we'll see. But as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on the weather where you are at. It has been absolutely gorgeous here today. It is perfect weather. I actually took today off of work and went for a hike, and I hiked for so long that my feet really hurt. So I'm really hoping that I can kind of like rest my feet up enough tonight that I can go back out tomorrow morning, because Keaton and I have planned to go on a hike with my friend Jake. So kind of need to, be in good foot health, if you will, to be able to probably hike another 3 miles tomorrow. And then we have some friends that are coming into town, and we're going to go to like an out, well, I think it's indoors, but it's basically like a flower show, because it's now the season, and I want to be able to walk around at that and not be in any discomfort. I'm very bad about pushing myself too hard until it's too late, and I recognize that. And for whatever reason, I can't fix it. But I'm going to keep trying. So tell me what it is that you are reading or working on tonight, and I'm going to go over and say hi to everybody and see who all is here. Kat was the first to come on. Hi, Kat. Kat says, "Hey, Alex, I hope you're feeling great. I'll be doing a variety of things during sprints. I think I'm going to read my pages in Wizard and Glass first before Barry gets home." Awesome. And I hope that you have been enjoying it. I know you were sending me some messages about some things that you're nervous about the book, or are interested in seeing how they progress. Kat and I are both really interested in the relationship between Susan and Roland, because it's like, oh, young love, and but their love is technically at this point forbidden. So really curious how that's gonna turn out. And Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I really like the font that you put that in. That looks awesome. Got the umlauts, and you got an S set in there. I'm currently reading My Work Is Not Yet Done by Thomas Ligotti. I always hope you're well, Alex. Thank you very much, Rob. That is so sweet for you and Kat asking how I'm doing. I've been doing okay. I definitely am doing better than I was last week. I appreciate you all. Everybody was so kind, just like wishing me the best. And I will say that just the peace of mind after like all the tension and stress I was carrying in my body, of like when I finally said, hey, I'm not going to do sprints that night, it really helped me to actually relax, because I didn't have any expectations for myself anymore. And I was able to recover pretty well over the weekend. I mean, even when I was going for my hike today, I mean, the entire time I could feel that there was like kind of like a tension in my back. I wasn't really in like pain or anything. It was just kind of a discomfort. And I'm recognizing that that's just going to be something that I have to live with. And I was able to still go out and exercise and have a nice time despite that. And so I need to kind of like reframe my mentality of like how I view pain at this point, because it's just going to be part of my life. And I will be okay. I will be able to get through that. And Kat says, howdy, Rob. And hello, Kat. Kat says, Rob, are you having spring weather on the first day of spring? It's a beautiful day here in Louisiana. Yeah, I've been so excited about the fact that the first day of spring was not snowy. And Rob says 61 degrees here through to Wednesday. Lovely. I love it. 61 degrees. Rob says, Arizona hit 100 degrees fastest ever recorded in March. That's crazy. 100 degrees. That means that the summer is going to be brutal. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. Hope you are feeling good. Alex, thank you. Starting off with finishing my daily chapter. This one is long, in London by Edward Rutherford. Sweet. And Kat says, oh, 61 degrees is perfect. It's currently 79 degrees here, but it still feels nice. Anything in the 70s to me is like top tier. Give me that whole band of 10 degrees. I'll be really happy. And Anne says, good afternoon. Hi, Anne. Hopefully you're feeling better. Thank you. Reading Canticle by Janet Rich. Janet Rich Evans. I have about 90 pages left. Sweet. I think you can finish that tonight if you really want to. Kat says, hello, Mary. Mary says, hi, Kat, and a hiya to Anne. And Anne says, hello to Kat. And Mary says, some of the usual suspects, me, Kat, Anne, and of course, Rob. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy spring equinox. Happy storytelling day. Happy alien abduction day. I like that. And happy ravioli day. Those are all great things. And Rob says, Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushed the earth down. Yeah, R.I.P. to Chuck Norris. Keaton told me that news this morning. And Stina says, hey, Alex, hope you're feeling better. Thank you very much, Stina. I hope you are doing well. And hello, of course, to Sir Francis. Yes, thank you for acknowledging Sir Francis, the great and honorable. He's not a judge, but we can still call him that. Swank says, make sure to hit the like button. Thank you, Swank. Are you feeling better, Alex? Yes, I even a little bit better. I'm still happy to be feeling better. And Stina says, I'm not sure what I'll be reading tonight. Currently, I'm doing some book club admin. Awesome. And says, Nemo and I have been sitting in the park. He has an enclosed kitty stroller. He's been watching birds while I read. That's so cute. I've never seen somebody take a cat out in a little stroller, but I love it. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I hope you're doing better than last week. I am. Thank you very much. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Oh, sorry. Oh, that one got posted twice. I'm not crazy, right? Yes, it did get posted twice. All right. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hi, all. No reading for me today. Packing my apartment, get ready to shoot a short film tonight. Cool. That's great. So you said packing your apartment. So are you moving? And Chris says, I'm finishing The Correspondent by Virginia Evans. It's on the Women's Prize long list. It's told in letters. Ooh, an epistolary novel. Those are my favorite. I hope it's great. Let me know if it's great. And Mary says, Chris, I enjoyed The Correspondent. Sweet. And Swank says, reading The End of the World as We Know It. Beautiful. Said, do you use a back brace? Helps me a lot. I do not. I don't have a back brace because my pain is predominantly in like my scapula region. So like my shoulder blade region. I don't know if a back brace would help with that or not. It could. Never thought about it. I'll have to ask my physical therapist. And Swank says, it's going to be 91 today. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy. Hi, Telkana. Waves back to you. Kat says, I'm sad about Chuck Norris. Oh, I'm sorry, Kat. Were you a Canon film fan? And Swank says, sorry, YouTube is screwing with my comments. Oh, that's okay. That's not your fault. I'll be able to figure out if any of them are duplicates. That's not a worry. And says, it does attract attention. I bet. A little cat in a stroller. Everybody's going to stop by. They'd probably tell you how cute your cat is. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says I should be finishing The Left Hand of Darkness tonight. The language and rules of the humanoid culture is super alien world building. It took me almost to the end now before I understand it. I feel like that's pretty common with some older sci-fi. Just the way that things were told and set up years ago is very different than the way they tell stories now, but it's usually worthwhile in the end. It pays off. Rob says, Cat Chuck Norris built the hospital he was born in. I've never heard that one. That's funny. I heard the push-up one before. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex, Sir Francis, and chat. So glad to hear you're doing better. Still on the MGM train, reading some Beverly Cleary today. It's 75 here. Yay! And Kathy says, yeah, but better apartment with my friend, cheaper bill, and best of all, no pests. This place has been a nightmare. I am so sorry that you have lived in a place with pests. I don't know whether it's mice or cockroaches. I'm assuming it has to be one of those two. Could be a different one, maybe ants. I don't know. But any place that is less expensive and nicer to live in is a win. So best of luck with your moving. Moving is always a huge endeavor. I've done it plenty of times in my life. It's not really fun, like the packing up and getting everything in the car part, but my favorite part is always the unpacking. I love figuring out where everything is going to go in a new place. That was my favorite part when I bought my house. And Zach says, hi. Hi, Zach. I'll be finishing Cerulean Sky, which is a book I'm buddy reading with a friend from a local indie publisher. Cool. I hope that you're enjoying it and that your friend is enjoying it. And Twink says, just found out about Chuck Norris. I also worked for his TV show. No way. What, so you met him? Like, did you know him personally? Was he a nice man? And Zach says, pretty sure The Carpet Makers is still on sale, by the way. I wanted to, thank you. I have not forgotten. I wanted to make like a little YouTube short or something to be able to tell people about it. And I haven't been able to get around to it yet because I've been so busy. I've also never made a YouTube short. I'm a little nervous. But yes, by the way, PSA, The Carpet Makers, which is the first and one of only two 5-star books that I have read this year, is on sale on Kindle if you have a Kindle. And I do have to say, I'm not pushing people to Amazon because I don't want to support Amazon necessarily, right? Because Amazon's the devil and they're awful. But if you already have a Kindle and buying a discounted version is the only way in which you will read The Carpet Makers, please read The Carpet Makers because it's awesome. Cannot recommend it enough. And Kat says, Robert, when Chuck Norris goes to the hospitals, he makes the doctors sick. That makes him sound like more of a plague. That's so funny. That's great. Oh, and I finally, Kat, I wanted to let you know, so one of the big things I have been doing this year is I have been buying a lot of my books used from eBay, and I got my copy of The Measure in. So hooray, I now have the next book club pick that we'll be reading in April, which is relevant because it's already March 20th, y'all. Like, we're just going right along. It's crazy. And Rob says, Cat Chuck Norris counted up to infinity twice. Swank says, no, never met him. I almost worked for the TV show. Oh, okay. Almost. Kat says, my friend Jim, who I performed with in Murder Mystery Dinner Theater, was Walker's helicopter pilot on the TV show. Oh, that's fun. Rob says, The Carpet Makers, 4.5 stars. Yes, Rob read it. I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. That's great. Oh, that brings me so much joy. And Anne says, has anyone read The Children's Act by Ian McEwan? I have not. I don't know that I've even heard of that. Telcana says, not sure what I'm going to read, either Legends and Lattes reread or start Project Hail Mary. Really just waiting around until hubby gets home so I can go get a drink with a friend. That's really cool. Yeah, let me know if you end up reading Project Hail Mary. That's one of the books I really would like to read this year. I told Keaton I have a trend where my reading seems to always slow down around the March time frame when I can start kind of like getting outside, or like I get that like weird restless energy. And so I have been reading, and I finished a book this month, but I know I need to buckle down, and I'm really hoping that when April comes around, because I'm gonna like be in the swing of having gotten outside and I'll get like my routine back and know when to go walk and when to read, that I'll be able to read more because I got to get on my sci-fi stuff. This is supposed to be another sci-fi year, and that has not happened yet. And a cat says Robert Cobras die after biting Chuck Norris. I think I have heard that one. That's fun. All right, everybody. Thank you very, very much for letting me know what you're going to work on tonight. It's awesome to see you all. And I am going to kick us off actually with a would you rather question. And it's going to be would you rather be the cowboy riding the bull or the clown who distracts it? I think this one could spark a fun discussion. I didn't come up with this one, but I thought it was really good. So I got 45 minutes up on the clock since I went for a hike today. My hike, of course, was not this lush because I can guarantee you that's an AI generated image, but I still was out in the woods and it made me happy. So that's what I wanted to put up today. And Anne says, find a bench in a park to read. Oh, yeah, good point. That's very true. I would actually like to go to more parks in my area because I haven't been to that many. It's really easy to go to the same one over and over when you buy an annual pass, which is exactly what I did again this year because I go so regularly and I don't want to pay $8 for admission every single time. And Kat says, well, The Measure is sci-fi. Yeah, it's I think it falls under that umbrella speculative fiction, sci-fi. I'm really curious about it. I think it's going to be awesome. So that's going to be, I think, what gets me back next month into sci-fi because I've been reading fantasy. Read Terry Pratchett, which was my only other 5-star book that I had this year, but it's because it was a death book, and any book that he ever writes that's about death always just they're always so good. They're so good. But anyway, I will let you all get to reading. I am going to dive in to Wizard and Glass, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. Hey everyone, come on back. Sorry, give me just a second. My neighbor reached out to me to ask a question about our like the electricity and the trash bills, and I want to get back to her really quick. I just saw it like a minute before sprints were up. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be the cowboy riding the bull or the clown who distracts it? I also forgot to mention that I made it to page 293. So I got that would be 23 pages that I read during that last sprint. So it was really good. And sorry, I want to make sure that I gave her the right information. It's always nice to have a neighbor that you can compare bills with if you think something looks weird. Yeah, no, I gave her the right stuff. Okay, good. All right. All right, now I can go back to the comments and see what you all put. And Kathy says Ender's Game was so good. I read Ender's Game back when I was in high school, and that was way before I was ever interested in sci-fi, so I didn't appreciate it at all. And I want to reread it again as an adult, which is something that I do plan to do. And Kat says, yes, speculative fiction realm, talking about The Measure. And Kat says, I agree, Kathy. And Heidi says, Rob, I gave City of Illusions by Ursula Le Guin 5 stars. Have you read it? It is a hidden gem. And Stina says, I'll just hide in a barrel from the get-go. I've worked rodeo security, and that is some scary stuff. My friend was working the bull riding ring, and she had to hold the kid's mom back when he got stomped by the bull, broke his back. Oh my God. That is horrifying. How old was the kid? I also hope he wasn't paralyzed. That's terrifying. And there we go. So Medusa's here. Hi, Medusa. Medusa's, or no, you said I'm reading. I Medusa. Sorry. And Finitex Libraries here says, hello, finally caught one of these sprints. Well, welcome. Very happy to have you. And Rob says, Heidi, I haven't read that. I just bought a fancy schmancy copy of The Dragon Masters and The Last Castle by Jack Vance. And Zach says, well, as someone that calls my personality type intellectual rodeo clown from outer space, I have to go with the rodeo clown. I live to taunt uncontrolled powers so others can get away. I like that, Zach. That feels appropriate for what I know about you. That's a joy. I feel like I would be the rodeo clown because I'm really good at like dodging and getting out of the way. I rode a mechanical bull exactly one time, and I admittedly had drinks. I wasn't like drunk, but I had drinks, and I couldn't last like any amount of time on that thing. So I know that I would immediately like we wouldn't even get out the gate, and I would be off of that thing. So yeah, I would have to be a clown. Infinitech says, and I would be the clown as long as I had a jetpack to get me the heck out of there before it charged. It's funny. Heidi says, Rob, I have Dying Earth by Vance, but it was hard to get into. We'll try again. And Sherry's here. Hi, Sherry. Sherry says, hi, Alex. Hi, chat. Finally settling in at home and ready to read. I hope to finish Mayhem and The Mortal by Shanora Williams today. I have about 52% remaining. Wonderful. Then you're going to be doing a lot of reading tonight if you're only halfway through, unless it's a short book. I don't know if it's a short book. Kat says, hey, Sherry. She says hi back to Kat and says the cats decided they were hungry when the hunger strikes. And Pip is here. Hi, Pip. Pip says, I would be the one dressed in all black who kidnaps the bulls in the middle of the night so they can live a life away from annoying people who won't get off their backs. I like that. That's great. I prefer that answer. You said, if I can't be that person, I choose the clown. My back is not built to withstand all those quick movements. No, thank you. In fact, I need to get a heating pad just thinking about it. And Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, the clown who distracts it, though in reality, I'm too old for both. I'd be the one in the tent tending to their wounds. Yeah, I saw on video, it was in Madrid because they do, like the running of the bulls, which I don't like any of that. They don't support any of that. But it was one of those guys that has the red cape, and they're taunting, and the bull, because their horns are not filed down or like have any of the caps on them, like they're fully sharpened, and it went all the way through this part of the guy's mouth and out underneath his mouth and out through his mouth. And he lived and everything, but I mean, of course, he was severely injured. And I know that it could just be really awful to be out there. Kelly says, "Happy time zone, my friends. I'm reading The Priory of the Orange Tree. I hope you're having a great time." Pip says, "Correcting my comment, live a life away from annoying people." No, I knew what you meant. And Naomi's here. Hi, Naomi. Naomi says, "Hello, everyone. Happy Friday, and happy Friday to you." Pip says, "Kelly, same. The older I get, the lower amount of risk I'm willing to take." Accurate. Rob says, "Ride the bull." You are going to be the one person who says ride the bull, Rob, and I support you in that. I will be the clown that helps you out. And Teresa says, "Hello, everyone." Hi, Teresa. And Rob says, "Heidi, Dying Earth and Hot House are 2 of 3 books I want to read. I read Way Station, Clifford Simic in January." I have also read Way Station, Rob. Have you ever read City by Clifford Deep Simic? That's a book that I bring up all the time at home with Keaton. I personally like City more than Way Station, although Way Station has a really interesting concept. I like the way that Simic wrote. I feel that he was kind of like one of the earlier sci-fi writers that did have kind of a positive perspective of the way that the future and humanity could be versus a lot of sci-fi that of course is like dark and scary, like very much not in the way of like H.G. Wells. So I don't know. What did you think of Way Station? And Rob says Hot House by Brian Aldiss. I like the name of that, Hot House. Teresa says, "I read 2 chapters in Max and the House of Spies and then listened to The Woman in the Library by Solar Gentile." Very nice. Hopefully you're enjoying that. That was a fun book club discussion. There's a lot to talk about with that book. And Heidi says, "Rob, you check out Jack at Sci-Fi Finds. He reviews a lot of Aldous." And Stina says, "I got all my email reminders out now to see if anybody actually shows up." Fingers crossed for you, Stina. Fingers crossed. And Kat says, "I read to page 179, then I did my 10-minute total body combo. Good for you. I'll go for my walk on the next sprint, and I think I'll be the clown who distracts the bull." And Finitech says, "I just hit the halfway point of my book. Great job." Rob says, "Heidi, I found him and I subscribed." And Swank says, "I choose clown. I'm funny." Fortunately, rodeo clowns don't have to be funny. They just have to be distracting. And Angela says, I would die quickly either way, but if I was the clown distracting it, I might live a few more minutes." Oh no. Kat says, "Alex, you could be tag team, or we could be tag team clowns." Yes, absolutely, Heidi. We would tag team and save Rob when he ultimately falls off the ball. And Kelly says, "My husband had to go downtown, so on his way home, he's stopping by the Aranda's Bakery and picking up straight from the oven bolios." I've never had a bolio. Please explain to me what that is. It has to obviously be some type of pastry, which means I'm interested. You said you're excited, so tell me what it is. And Stina says, "I forgot his age. It was a high school rodeo, though. So, oh my God, in his teens, he was super lucky and recovered. He was competing again within a few years." See, that's the mentality of people who will go out and ride a bull is like you could be put in a life or death situation and you can just be like, "Okay, I'm good again. I'll go back out there." Like he broke his back. Like that has to have lasting, lingering pain that happens later on. I cannot imagine. Like I haven't done anything even remotely close to breaking my back, and I have the amount of pain that I do. So I don't know. They might have had to like put rods in or something. That's awful. And Sherry says, "Definitely not a short book, about 16 hours long. I have 8 hours left, but I listen on 2 times speed." Oh, got you. And I'm also doing immersion reading. Okay. And Anne says, down to 70 pages. I am really into this novel about a religious woman in the Middle Ages. I read Matrix by Lauren Groff. I enjoy these stories. Wonderful. And Ron is here. Hi, Ron. Ron says, hello. I just finished Way Station the other night. What's up? You all reading Simic? That's great. It was okay. His short stories are better. See, that is something, Ron, if you have not read City, it was originally a serial and they put them all together and put it into a novel. And I personally think that it is extremely interesting to watch from beginning to end. And my favorite character, if any of you end up reading it, is Jenkins. Jenkins is awesome. One of the few characters I can actually remember the name of because I love him. And Rob says, Alex, I wasn't a fan of City. Simic can get too preachy. The story does span eons. Yeah, it does take a really long time. And that's okay if you didn't like it. That was just one of those books. I gave it 4. I think it was like a solid 4-star, but it was something that stuck with me. Like just some of the things that he talked about. I like it. And Kat says, Teresa, I hope you're enjoying Max and the House of Spies and The Woman in the Library. I enjoyed both. Rob says, Ask Kat, I'm a dead man. How dare you? I could distract. I could get in there. I would put myself on the line to save you and make sure that you did not get your back broken, Rob. How very dare. And Andy's here. Hi, Andy. Giving a wave. And Kat says, you could be our clown team. You could be in our clown team, Angela. We'd have to protect Angela, too. So one of us would have to take Angela and the other one would have to take Rob. I'll take Rob. And Teresa says, Kat, I have just started both, but I got a little confused at the beginning of The Woman in the Library. That's fair. That's a normal feeling. And Andy giving a salute to Kat. Kelly says, a bolillo is a kind of like a small baguette, but made with lard because it's Mexican, not French, and they're ideal for sandwiches, strong enough to handle warm inners. That sounds wonderful. What are you going to put in your baguette? And Stina says, considering his mama was going to run out there and show the bull who's boss, I think he inherited that attitude. Well, that's true. And you have a kid that you're willing to let go out and do that as well. So, I mean, they assume risk. They know what they're getting into, at least I would assume. And Kat says, The Woman in the Library is a story within a story. Yes. And Kat says, Andy. Zach says, Crowley's Bookshop is a channel I recently found that mostly talks about sci-fi. She's French. Cool. And Ron says, Way Station was a serial too. Oh, was it? I didn't know that. Thank you. I learned something new. I think that's a weakness of the book. Okay. Well, then you probably wouldn't like City then. It does follow like a very long timeline. And the thing that I remember being super interesting about it, I mean, other than just like the ideas that were presented and like the transition of what ends up happening to Earth over the course of all that time, is the fact that you're following a different member of the same family up until a certain point. And so it's like you're just watching through the generations of like how they handle different scenarios. And I don't know. Something about that. It's cool. Kat says, Rob, oh, little faith in Alex and me. We got distracting skills. I mean, yeah, we do. We could totally do it. I don't know why I'm amping us up like this, Kat. We're never going to go out and be rodeo clowns, but if we had to save somebody's life, we could do it. And Kat would be the one that I would call in a zombie apocalypse. I'd be driving to her house. She knows what to do. Angela says, help me out, Kat. Kat says, I'm there for you, Angela. See, that's what I'm saying. I have to, because I promised Rob I wouldn't let a bull break his back. So I have to take Rob. And Kat will get you, Angela. I promise. And Rob says, Kat, I would be full tilt riding a bull and you and Alex. So, Alex, what are we reading next week? Me, help! That is completely untrue. And I, sir, think that is slander. Actually, no, it's libel. I get to do the Spider-Man thing. Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel. That's great. All right, everyone. I got our next question ready for you, and that is, would you rather eat all your food with your hands or use utensils with only your non-dominant hand? I have a feeling I'm gonna know the bulk of what you all will answer, but I mean, it could be, I don't know, could be interesting. So that's my other would you rather. And I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 314 in Wizard and Glass. Gotta turn all my lights on. The light's still gonna be good for, I don't know, probably another hour or so, but I just felt like one side of my face was way darker than the other, so now I look yellow because I had to turn my other light on, but oh well. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather eat all your food with your hands or only be able to use utensils in your non-dominant hand? And Angela was giving some love to Kat, and Kat says, well, the nerve about Rob not believing that Kat and I could be good rodeo clowns. I second that. She said she was going for a walk. She walks like 2 miles a day. It's awesome. Stina says, use utensils with my non-dominant hand. I'm not exactly ambidextrous, but I've been an instrumental musician long enough that I'd manage okay. I'm in that boat too. I feel like I would be all right. It would be awkward at first, but I would adapt. Zach says, I'd eat with my hands. My answer would be the same, but my index finger and thumb are the only two that I have full function of on my non-dominant hand. Okay. And Stina says, and one of my autistic sensory issues is that I can't stand having anything sticky or greasy on my hands. I eat fried chicken with a knife and fork. I'd eat it with chopsticks if I had to. Good to know. That makes a lot of sense, though. Do you prefer, I imagine then you prefer meat that doesn't have a bone in it, because then you don't have to pick it up. I would assume. And Anne says, we went to an Ethiopian restaurant and they use bread as a utensil at meals. That would be delightful. Stina says, Injera is my downfall. Yes, I remember you talking about Injera before. You said, I absolutely love that stuff. So I pack lots of extra hand wipes when I go to an Ethiopian restaurant. It's nice, though, that you found something that you like that, I mean, even though you know you have a sensory issue, you're like, I like it enough that I'm willing to endure because it's so good. And Angela says, I'd have to eat with my hands because I am totally right-handed, right-armed, and even right-legged, right-brained. I imagine, Angela, then you also have your right eye dominant as well, I'm guessing. This is a fun trick. If any of you want to try this and you don't know whether you're right or left eye dominant, if you make just go like this, like make a little triangle with your fingers and you pick an object that's at the distance, okay? And you have both of your eyes open and you put it in the center of your little triangle that you made. And then you close each eye. Whichever eye that object is, like where the object is still centered, is your dominant eye. The non-dominant eye, the object will be askew, which is how people learn like which eye, if they like shoot guns, that they're supposed to aim with, basically. So I'm right eye dominant. And Kelly says, I can use either hand for food. I'm not quite ambidextrous, but I'm pretty versatile with usage. I write with my right hand, but I also wear my watch on my right wrist. I don't know what to say. There you go. Well, that would make it easy then. Just swap to the other hand. Angela says, hand, the right hand, the left side of my body is basically worthless. I get you. Angela says, Mexicans often use tortillas and they tear off in strips to pick up their food. I do the same for certain Mexican foods. Oh, that would be really good. I can't imagine attempting to eat a fajita with utensils. So like there's certain things I would happily, like you just use your hands. Naan, I dip my naan in my paneer tikka masala with my hands. And Rob says, Chuck Norris is so fast he can run around the earth and punch himself in the back of the head. Oh my God, that's hilarious. And Rob says, utensils in my left hand, otherwise how would I be able to eat pasta? You'd eat it one piece at a time and very messily. Kelly says, I'm off to eat tamales. Thank you for sprints. It's good to see you, Kelly. I'm sure she's long gone. Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, all. I'm late joining. That's okay. Reading my March Book of the Month set in Ireland called How to Write a Love Story by Catherine Walsh. Woohoo! That's great. And Kat says, walked 1.56 miles while listening to the first episode of the podcast, 0 to well read. Halfway through it, first episode is about the Great Gatsby, going to shower, so might miss the chatty bit. I want to hear about what that podcast is. I'm guessing they must talk about classics. Like they must give you the backstory of, all of these famous books so that like you could talk about them in conversation. That's my guess. Kat says, I would rather use utensils with my non-dominant hand. And Sherry says, did not read a word, made a cocktail, and took dog on a wine walk. I love that. Ron says, I think I would learn to use utensils with my non-dominant hand. Cherry says, Ron, do you? And Ross says, challenge accepted. Or you said, I think I could learn. You should. You could. I believe in you. Swang says, use utensils. And Naomi says, this sprint, I figured out a rough schedule for tomorrow and started to research a mammoth book to tackle this spring, summer. Woohoo! What's the book? And Ron says, I'm listening to the audiobook of 12 Months by Jim Butcher. Listen to about 10% more. Sweet. Stina says, yeah, I'm not much of a carnivore to begin with, but ribs are right out. I'm okay with sandwiches, but I'm much happier if I can wash my hands right after. Yeah, my friend Brian, when he and I first started going out to eat together, and so he loves burgers, and I love burgers too. And he would take me around to all these different burger joints that he knew were really good. And he always like, you can't help when you go to a specialty burger place, they usually have like a bunch of fixins and messy stuff on it. And he has this method of how he eats the burger. So he doesn't cut it in half or anything. I'm a cut in a half and dip kind of gal because I always like to have dip with my burger. It's just that's something I do. But he double hands it. He'll eat the entire burger, go and wash his hands, clean his mouth real good, and then he'll come back and he'll eat his fries because he doesn't want to have like messy hands with like the entirety of the meal. And he doesn't take very long to eat the burger at all. I mean, it's a matter of maybe like a few minutes and it's just gone. Anne says, I had my right thumb amputated. I learned to adapt. There you go. Yeah. That's a beautiful thing about the human spirit and the human brain. We adapt. I mean, animals do too. So I should just say the animal brain. And Kirsten says, I would use utensils with my non-dominant hand. I already do that sometimes because it's supposed to be good for aging brain health to use your non-dominant hand for things. I did not know that. Good to know. Saxo's got to page 69 in Cerulean Sky. And Stina says, I also struggle when olives aren't pitted or they put shrimp in a soup or a sauce dish without removing the tails. Yeah, I don't really like shrimp being served with the tails either. Because whenever I make shrimp, when I peel them, I fully remove the tail and I get like all the meat out. I get like a perfect little shrimp. When you do it when they're raw and they're thawed, like when they're cooked, it's so much harder. He said, there's one taco place that I will get takeout from so I can eat the tacos in private and then immediately clean up the huge mess. And Naomi says, for my mammoth book, I'm still figuring out which one I want to read. I have a list of like 10 of them, including Poisonwood Bible, Demon Copperhead, Eighth Life, and Beartown Trilogy. Well, Demon Copperhead is the last book that Kat and I will be reading this year for our book club. So if you want to save that one until December, you can. Just saying. And Stina says, otherwise, I insist on the tacos being taco salad. All right. And Zach says, I'm not sure if I'm going to get 12 Months by Jim Butcher. I'm about 97% done with the Dresden Files after peace talks and Battleground made me angry. Oh, okay. Because I need to read the Dresden Files. I've had a digital copy of the first one because I got it, I think it was like 99 cents years ago. And I've heard everybody rave about it. It's like I probably should get to that at some point, and I will. When I'm done with when I'm done with Dark Tower, and then I have to do Wheel of Time. And then after that, I might do the Dresden Files. So long ways away for me. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and ask our next question, which is going to be, what is your meal of choice for your birthday? I think this is a fun one. Wait, did I ask this one already? I did. I feel like I did. Somebody answer me in the comment. Did I ask this last week? Because if I did, I have to give you all a different question. I might have. I get I get mixed up sometimes when questions are similar. Yeah, I feel like I did ask this. Hang on. Yes, yes, I do remember. Yes. Taco Bell. Yeah, Zach said Taco Bell. Yeah, because Swank was talking about the fixins. That's why I got for a second I was like, wait, I swear I remember people talking about like wanting all the fixins for their birthday. Okay, I am so sorry. I forgot to delete that one from last week. I have another one that I can do. This is going to be another Would You Rather, so that'll be a night of Would You Rather, which is totally fine. And my question is going to be, would you rather have a perfect memory or be able to forget anything you wanted at will? I think this is a good one as well. And Ron says, Zach, Battleground also made me angry, but I feel like he's addressing the thing that made me that way pretty well so far in 12 months. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Swank says, yes, you did. You weren't here last week. Oh, you're right. So it was 2 weeks ago. I get a pass then. I've slept since then. And Anne says, I'm reading Lonesome Dove for June on the Range. Right now, I'm in the midst of reading the Women's Prize for Fiction and Carol Shield Prize. Sweet. Love it. Lonesome Dove is a book that Kat recommended, so I know that I need to read it. Oh, Kirsten says, my birthday meal of choice is an excellent iced coffee of some sort, cold brew or latte, then vegan cake, then margaritas, then more cake and more cake and more cake. Well, see, now I'm happy that I did ask because I don't think that you got to answer 2 weeks ago, or maybe you put something else, but I know that it wasn't that. So I'm glad that I asked even though I made a mistake. So there you go. All right, so I've got next question up on the clock. Gonna do another 45-minute sprint. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 325. I would have read more, but ended up needing a snack, so I made myself some Greek yogurt, and Bubby needed some tending too, so I was outside with him for just a little bit. Excuse me. I also just realized I don't have any water here, so I couldn't remind you all to hydrate. This is your reminder to hydrate. I need to go get myself some water, and I will during the next sprint. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have a perfect memory or be able to forget anything you want at will? I already know my answer to this, and that is be able to forget anything I want at will, because nothing is more torturous in my brain than the moments when a bad memory pops in when I'm feeling perfectly normal and good, and I have to try to force it out. And I'm like, why, brain? Why'd you do that to me? Why did you remind me of a time that I was embarrassed back in high school? I didn't need to remember that. I would like to poof, that be gone. It would be great. Zach says to Ron, I think it was Ron, a thing that made me angry probably isn't the same. I hate butters. And Rob says, Kirsten, that was my response last week. 2 weeks ago. My bad. And Anne says, try to read Lonesome Dove in June. Okay, in June specifically. Swank says, a perfect memory. Our memories are what make us human. That is true. I completely agree with you and understand that. Also, Anne, to go back to that, can you tell me why June? Is it just that that's when the book is set? And Kirsten's laughing at Rob and says, perfect memory, then I could remember the darn lines for once when I'm in an acting class or working on a friend's short film. And Zach says, perfect memory, I can tank all the trauma of not forgetting. And Kat says, I'm going to go with perfect memory. He says, my memory isn't perfect, but it's good enough that I frighten people with it. So since it's at will and at my preference, I'll say forget things. Yes. Yes. Because that's the thing is like, if you have a perfect memory, it's like people that have an eidetic memory, they run into issues like you go to the grocery store and you park in a specific parking space and they remember every other time that they've ever parked at the grocery store. So they don't remember which time it necessarily is that they have parked this time. Right. So like having a perfect memory sounds like it would be awesome, but that would be on all the time. And I think that that would be really annoying versus like, hey, I remember the things that I want to remember. I'm nostalgic about the things I want to remember. I just want to be able to forget the bad things, the things that I don't want to think about. Rob says, perfect memory because of my old age, I can't remember how to spell any words. Well, in my young age, I don't know how to spell any words either. So there you go. And Ron says, people who have perfect memory exist and they seem to be able to function well with it. So I'll go with that. All right. And Ed says, I wish there were certain things I could forget. Yes. Zach says, I'll be back popping out over to a different stream. All right. And Chris says, I think it's situational. There are some things I don't want to know, want to remember, and there are things I always want to remember. Yes. And I would say, if there's things you always want to remember, like you can take pictures, like you can write in a journal about it, you can talk to friends about it. The more that you remember something, I know the more we remember something, we're remembering the last time we remembered it. I think I heard that somewhere. I don't know how accurate that is. And it kind of shifts over time, but there's like a distinct feeling that memories, at least for me, always give me. And that's the thing that I hold on to more than anything. Like, do I have crystal clarity of my memories? No, but I remember how that thing made me feel. And that to me is the most important part. And Stina says, made tamales with cilantro lime rice for dinner. Got an insurance adjuster scheduled to see how much wind damage we got last week. All right. I hope that goes well for you and that you didn't have a lot, or if you're hoping for a lot so that the insurance will pay for it, then I hope you have enough. When I had to replace my roof, I had to replace it just because it was old, and it was getting to the point where my insurance would have required that it be replaced anyway because it was 18 years old. And I had people come out to look at it, and none of them were, they were like, no, there's not any hail damage, like you have like loose shingles and stuff, but there's nothing that the insurance would pay for, so I had to pay for it out of pocket, and that sucked. And Kirsten says it made it to page 195 of How to Write a Love Story and loving this book. Wonderful. Ron says, haha, I hate Butters too. And Kat says, Barry made it home with sushi and sesame chicken for dinner. Barry says, hello, Alex. Hi, Barry. I hope you're doing awesome. Good job with the sushi and sesame chicken. And Naomi says, I would pick Forgetting Anything. This sprint I read for like 20 minutes and then listened to my audiobook and colored. That sounds nice. Do you have a specific picture you're coloring? Or a theme? And Teresa says, June on the Range. Oh, got you. And Kat says, June on the Range. I'm guessing that's when I read it last year. Okay, that makes sense. Connecting the dots there. Yes, they ever read a one called June on the Range. And Angela says, perfect memory would be my choice. Swank says, hello to ADHD. My brain does that all the time. And Kat says, tamales. Yum, Stina. And Kirsten says, have all the people making the forgetting choice seen Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? It's so fascinating on this topic. No, I have not. And that is something that Keaton brings up often as that movie. He really wants me to watch. I think he wants me to see that. And oh my God. See, I haven't seen it, which is why I can't remember the name of it. I know it's a Jim Carrey film from when he was much younger. I don't know if it's like a cult movie because I don't know anything about it. It's not Stepford Wives. Something else. If y'all know what I'm talking about, then you can put it in the chat. But Kirsten says, oops, Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. I knew what you were talking about, so you're good. And Angela says, Mary Lou Henner has a perfect memory. There's also a man who can memorize an entire book in 1 hour. Their most fascinating case that I ever saw was he was an autistic man who could go up in a helicopter and he could fly around. It was only 20 to 30 minutes in a helicopter ride, and he could perfectly draw and sketch out an entire city skyline with remarkable perfection. And I don't know how somebody can do that, but he must have a true photographic memory. Sian says, we usually have to replace our roof every few years due to hail damage, and they have to take the solar panels off, so we're hoping the roof is fine, but the house is too tall to see. Oh, that sucks. You need to get you a drone. A lot of them bring drones anymore. Ron says, oh, yes, thank you, The Truman Show. That's what it is. That's another one. So I need to see Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. I need to see The Truman Show. He wants me to see The Heathers. And then whatever that one was that I just named. Stepford Wives? Yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah. So I think those are 4 I'm supposed to watch. And Anne says, we watched the Children's Act on Netflix. Very good. Angela says, Kim Peek was the man. I Googled him. Very interesting. Oh, cool. Thank you. And Kirsten says, Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind does have Jim Carrey, and maybe The Truman Show is the other one. Okay. Well, at least my brain was going to the right place, even though I couldn't remember the title. And Estina says, I did see Eternal Sunshine. I wouldn't do something like that. Okay. I see, when I think of memory wiping gone wrong, I think of in Rick and Morty, there's that machine that Rick builds where every time Morty does something and he wants to forget about it, it sucks it out of his brain and it creates a little vial that has the memory in it that he can go and just revisit at any time. Horrifying. I would hate that. Kirsten says, your man has good taste in movies. I do believe that he does, yes. He also wants me to see Sliding Doors. That's one that he's been wanting me to watch for a while. I told him I have to be in a headspace to watch an emotional film. Because there's sometimes you want to watch something and you want to be able to just enjoy it, not necessarily because it's happy, but because just the entertainment value, or maybe it's kind of a scary movie or it's a tense movie. I grew up watching action movies with my dad and stuff like that. So like, I have to really be ready to watch a movie that's going to make me cry for me to be able to have, like, a good experience while watching it, and I know that Sliding Doors is probably going to decimate me. And Chris says, "I would settle for remembering character names. I come from a small family, so I have a hard time with books with large cast of characters. I would like to be able to remember people's names in real life. Can't do that." Kat says, "I've only seen Stepford Wives original out of those movies. It's scary." Yeah, that's what my understanding is. Cena says, "I'm very glad we already took out the Bradford pear tree because the house and the garage." Oh, wait, sorry. Between the house and the garage, there are several trees uprooted in the neighborhood, and a lot of neighbors lost their privacy fences. Ooh, yeah. So, a friend of mine, they got extremely lucky. They had this huge, like massively tall tree. It was one of those ones that was really skinny, but it goes up really high, and it fell. Like, if you, okay, I'm going to try to describe this to you all. So, imagine like here's their house, and then on the back side's the patio, and on the patio there's this little stairway that goes up onto the patio, and the tree was over here. It literally fell on through to the staircase and like landed on the patio, missed the house by like a few feet, missed taking out the entire railing of the patio by even less than that because it fell perfectly where the stairs were. It caused like almost no damage at all. It was crazy. And I don't have a tree in my yard right now, and technically we're supposed to have one. Everybody's supposed to have one, but the person who owned the house prior was the one who uprooted it, and it was a Bradford pear because everybody's were dying. And I had the 811 people, the dig people, come out, and they like mark everything, you know, and tell you where your power lines and everything are. I only have like a 6-foot gap between my water and power lines and where the cable lines are. And I'm like, that's not enough space to plant a tree. That like the roots are going to get fully entangled. I don't even know how they ripped the last one out without completely damaging everything. But to be honest with you, the last people who owned this house were stupid as hell, and they probably didn't think about it at all and didn't care. So we just got really lucky. Or they got really lucky because I didn't own the house at that time. But yeah, Bradford pears suck. And we're getting to that point where they're going to start like smelling, you know, because they are really pretty to look at, smell absolutely god awful. And there's always like a week or two in the neighborhood where it's just like, oh, being outside and smelling that is not a joy. And says Bradford pear trees are invasive. Yeah, they wouldn't be if people would stop planting them. Rob says a cat Stepford Wives are just a copy and it looks like a quick read, so I'll get it to it in 2029. Oh, yeah, your TBR is as long as mine, probably longer. Ron says, I keep a notepad nearby when I'm reading and write down names so I can remember them. I actually used to do that. And I do if there is a massive cast of characters. For a lot of books, it's small enough that I feel like I'm okay. Kirsten says, "Oh my gosh, Sliding Doors. All these films are very like existentially deep thinking films, more philosophical than emotional, just like give you so much to think about." And I love stuff like that. I really do. I just have to be ready for it. I have to be open. I have to be ready to receive the message. But yeah, we're gonna get to them because so Keaton and I, what we do is when we have movie nights, we alternate who picks the movie, unless there's like one movie that both of us really want to watch, and then we'll agree on that. And next time is his choice. So we'll see what he picks. And Kat says, Rob, I'd like to eventually read it. Stina says the university canceled classes for a few days because so many big trees were down. Several were on the oval right next to where I used to work. Oh. You said that's part of why we got rid of that tree, and then the neighbors complained because they liked the shade. Well, it's your tree, your property. You're allowed to do whatever you like. It's people only care about other people's trees when it impacts them positively or negatively, and it's like it's somebody else's tree. I mean, unless it is literally hanging over your fence and they don't want you to cut it because it's like, oh, it's my tree. It's like, well, it's over my property. I'm very lucky because I don't have any of those issues where I live. I wish our neighborhood had more trees because, like most everything in the Midwest, it was at one point a cornfield, and then they, turned it into a housing division, and then it's a horrible wind tunnel, and it sucks. And I don't like that. Don't ever live in a neighborhood that doesn't have trees somewhere around it or in the neighborhood, and I don't mean like one tree, I mean like in a yard, I mean like trees in the area, because the wind and like the damage that that causes the houses every single year is absolutely atrocious. Kirsten says, "That's a fun way to do movie night." It is. Yeah, we always have a good time. Nan says, "When we had severe thunderstorms Monday night, we lost power for about 12 hours." Oh my God. Yeah, I'm lucky we don't lose power all that often. When we do, it's like, it's really bad because that it really just does not happen. All right, everybody, thank you very much for the conversation. And now I get to put my next question up for you all. And that's going to, of course, be one of the two questions I ask every week. This will also be our last 45-minute sprint. And that was, what was something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It just has to be interesting to you, it doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. And I just like learning new things, even if I have no idea what you're talking about, because that's a joy to me. So I will go ahead get 45 minutes up on the clock. I think I'm going to take a break now from Wizard and Glass because I read 55 pages tonight, and I'm just going to probably read my hiking book, maybe watch like a video or two on YouTube because I am definitely feeling tired after all of the walking that I did today, because I think I've walked, what did it say, is like 17,000 steps or something like that, which is really good. I feel good. I feel like I'm going to sleep really well tonight, but I'm definitely flagging in energy. Oh, and I'm going to go get some water. Drink water. And Stina says, our lights were flickering during our windstorm and our power lines are buried. That's because they are not buried from the transformers that are leading to you. I have the same issue in our neighborhood, that like the power lines are out of our neighborhood, and anything that falls on those impacts everybody else. And Kat says, woohoo, 55 pages. Yes, I was very happy with that. Okay, see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I was just doing research on insoles that entire sprint because I have this pair of shoes that I really love, but I absolutely hate the insole because it causes a lot of pain in the part. I don't know if they call it the ball of your foot, but it's the part that is directly underneath your toes, like the really meaty part of your foot before it gets to your arch. And they just it beats the ever living crap out of my toes every time I go for longer walks in those shoes. So I was trying to do some research about the type of insole that I would need to buy, which leads me into what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting. And my interesting fact is I didn't know that you could test how high your arches are with the wet foot test at home, which is where you like put water, you just like go and dip your foot in some water, you find a piece of cardboard, lay it out flat, and step on it. And then you can compare that to see whether you have a high, middle, or low arch. And you can kind of determine from there the type of insole that you need to buy based off of like the type of pain that you're having. I've never done that before. Didn't know that that was something that people did. I mean, like I was aware of insoles. Like my memaw has a bone spur in her heel, and she had to have like custom inserts made for her shoes. Obviously, I knew that that was a thing, but I didn't think unless you had like an actual medical problem that they just like make inserts for people. And I found a company that makes them actually for hiking, and I checked at like the parts of the insert that have padding on them, and I took out the insert in my current shoe just to look at it. I'd never actually looked at it before, and it was absolutely atrocious. I can't believe that they put that insert in a shoe that cost that much money. So I don't know. Wish me luck. I I'm hoping that the new ones will work out. The good news is if they don't, I can at least return them. Anne says, I had to put 5 flashlights through the house. We must have been visited by gremlins because I was the only one who found a flashlight. Oh no. Stina says, I learned that it is possible to give Google Gemini a seizure. Why did you do that? And Ron says, my org hosted a presentation with a bat biologist, and she asked us to share a cool fact we learned about bats with other people. So bats are very long lived. The oldest recorded bat in Vermont was 37. I didn't know that they could live that long. I mean, I know animals in captivity always live longer than the average age of an animal in the wild, but that's still a really long time. That's crazy. For some reason, I'd never really thought about it. I guess I would have thought that they kind of had like the lifespan of a dog or shorter. Like I would have thought 10 years was old for a bat. So that's really cool. And Swank says medieval graves reveal a surprising truth. Even people with stigmatized diseases like leprosy were buried among society's most honored dead, as it should be. That is a beautiful thing. And Kat says, we had soft hail on Monday and I learned it's called heavy grapple. Grapple. That's a fun word. Just grapple. And Anne says, I learned that the author of Women Without Men by Sharnush Parsipur was imprisoned in Iran for writing the novel. I read the book because it is on the International Booker Prize long list. Was she ever released from prison? And Anne says, I have Kissing the Sword, which is the memoir about being imprisoned in Iran. Oh, wow. And Stina says, well, I'm off to see if anybody shows up for book club. I probably won't be back tonight, so I'll claim giving Google Gemini a seizure as my accomplishment. It was really funny. I need to ask more about that because I want to I want to know what happened there. And I was saying that it was nice to actually me to look up at that moment she was leaving and see that she was leaving so I could say goodbye because most of the time I'm not that lucky with people. And Anne says, this book just took a turn I never saw coming. I need to catch my breath before I can read the last 40 pages. I'm sorry. It is so hard to live under a government where you have to be terrified that like something that you can say will put you in prison or killed. I mean, I just think that it's just crazy to me. Like I don't know. That's not something I can really offer a great, wonderful commentary on tonight because that is a topic that weighs very heavy on my heart, and I don't even know how to articulate that in a profound way or in a way that I feel like I would handle it with the gravitas that it deserves. But, that kind of stuff happens every day and people don't see it. Like, somebody does something and a government doesn't like it and they can just be disappeared forever and the masses are none the wiser. And that's horrifying. Kat says, Barry and I are watching season 2, episode 7 of Black Summer. Almost finished the series. Awesome. Angela says, I have no arch. It's caused problems as you age and I need surgery to fix it, but I can't wrap my mind around that right now. Yeah, flat feet. I had a friend, when I was growing up who had flat feet, and it didn't bother her at all, but, man, she could wear the most uncomfortable shoes and be perfectly fine. I don't know how she did it. And Ron says, "That was a wild bat. They caught it and put an identity band on its leg and then observed it again, and it's hibernaculum? Hibernaculum? Is that what they call, like, their caves? What is that? I've never heard of that word. That's a cool word, though. And says the author is living in Northern California in exile. Well, at least she's alive and safe. So that's wonderful. Kirsten says, I kind of feel like we are borderline living in that kind of government now. Yeah. Yeah. Angela says, I learned I need access to fresh bramble to keep a katydid as a pet. Blackberry, rose, and oak to be exact. Boo! I love katydids. I want to look up what a katydid is. I've heard that word. I don't think I've ever seen one. Hold, please. Unplug my phone. It's charged enough that it's not going to die on me if I just type this in. Oh! A bush cricket. Yeah, they're cool. Look like a big old leaf. It's a really neat little bug. Well, thank you for sharing that. Thank you, everybody, for putting in your fun fact. Really, especially love the one about wild bats. I think they just look like little puppies. Like, I love bats. I know that they carry diseases and I think they carry rabies and other things. And they're, guano has a ton of diseases in it, but I just think that they're really adorable. And I would be that person that would want to pet one. So it's good that I am nowhere near a bat. And Anne says, I wonder if she wins the prize if she would be able to accept it in person. I doubt it. Well, I guess it would depend on where the prize was being given, right? Because if it was in a place where she would be safe, I see no reason why she couldn't. But if you have to travel to your home country, I wouldn't risk that personally. I wouldn't. Not for a little placard. I would know in my spirit that I got it, and everybody else would be able to recognize that. I wouldn't need to go there. But I will get us prepped for our last 30-minute sprint here. And that means that I also get to ask everybody my other question that I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, can be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did, well, immediately 2 weeks after we saw each other last time. So if you want to, you can give me something that you're proud of from the last 2 weeks, since it's been a minute since we've seen each other. And Angela says, my grandpa used to catch them for me as a child and bring them inside at night for me to observe and listen to them sing until I fell asleep. I didn't know that they sang. I think that's really beautiful, though. I am going to have to look up what they sound like now, because I wonder if I've heard one and I didn't know what it was. So I'll do that during this next sprint. Thanks, Angela. All right, everybody. And Anne says, it sort of sounds like what happened to Salem Rushdie. Or Salam Rushdie. It happens to a lot of people. Yeah. But I will go ahead and get us started here with this last 30-minute sprint and wish you all happy reading or whatever it is that you're doing. I'm definitely winding down for the night, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. That was the last sprint of the evening. I did not do any reading during that sprint either. My brain is officially shutting down and cannot do anything remotely productive, and that's fine. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Let me go back up here. Because I forgot to mark the last comment because I'm really bad about that. Oh, yeah, there we go. So, Angela, we were talking about the katydids, and only the males are the ones that make the noise. And I looked it up, and I absolutely do know that sound. And I had no idea that that's what that was all this time. And it brought me so much joy to be able to put a name to that sound. And Kirsten says, I'm proud of myself for taking a chance of reaching out to a stranger for help with the situation, not sure how it would go. And not only is it getting me the help I needed, but also a new great friend. That's beautiful. That's such a heartwarming story. I love that, Kirsten. Thank you for sharing. I also was asking Angela, because I noticed that her name, it did not used to say Angelia. I swear it didn't, but I could be wrong. It could be wrong because YouTube does their weird name change things sometimes. And I was really worried that I've been calling her by the wrong name. And she said, oh, there's a pink katydid that is very pretty. Peter at Bugs in Bugs in Cyberspace has them occasionally, but he's currently out of stock, $55. I still wouldn't have access to the Bramble year round. Yeah. He said, my name is a long story. Angelia is on my birth certificate, but I never went by it. Typo, but when I went to get the real ID at the BMV, they would only issue me a new driver's license with the name on my birth certificate. Hot! Rob says, internet friend, she's a DoorDasher to make ends meet, so I bought 2 caches of cat food for her Miss Moxie. That is so sweet, Rob. Thank you. And Angela says, they said if I wanted Angela on my license, I'd have to apply for an amended birth certificate through the court system. What? It takes about 12 weeks since I was born in Georgia. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Since I finished my book during last spring, my most recent accomplishment was finishing off a half pint of cookie dough ice cream. I love that. I think my big accomplishment is, there have been quite a few. I had an event for 168 people that was extremely well received. So I had that going for me. But I'd like to pick one that's more personal. I've been really trying to do better with like my diet and being more conscientious of, what I'm eating, the meals that I'm cooking, leaning more into the Mediterranean diet for sure. And today was the first day ever that I went and I measured my body composition, and I am officially more muscle than I am fat. I'm so proud of me. I still have a long way to go and I want to build a lot more muscle, but I honestly, I have been having such a hard time. And Kat messaged me the other day and was so sweet. And she's like, hey, how are you feeling? And I was like, yeah, I had to have this really vulnerable moment with my physical therapist and telling her that, like, I can't tell that I'm getting any better. I can't tell that I'm getting any stronger. And that's really hard because I'm like, how do I even measure that if I'm not seeing any seeing physical changes in myself? So just getting that little reading that was like, hey, your muscle went up, your body fat went down. I don't know, it was really validating in a way that I needed right now. It made me feel like all my work that I have been trying to put in is finally paying off. And I still got to keep on. Like, I can't give up on it now, but I'm making progress. And Rob says, by the way, Nicholas Brandon, he played Xander in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, has died. He was 54. That is so young. That is so incredibly young. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that's younger than my dad. And Ron says, my accomplishment is that I am staying ahead of my Goodreads goal, and I'm happy about that. Yay! That's fantastic. Swank says, thanks for Sprint. See you next week. Oh no, I missed Swank. See, this is why I'm so bad about that, guys. I'm so sorry. And Kat says, thanks very much for Sprints, Alex. Thank you for coming, Kat. It's always so awesome to see everybody. Zach says, I bought my friend Rachel a copy of the Carpet Makers That Sprint. Ask partial compensation for the hand-painted Easter card she sent me. Oh, that as partial compensation. That's really cool. I hope that she has a wonderful time with it. Yeah, it's so good. Kat says, have a wonderful weekend, everyone. You as well, Kat. Right. Ron and Rob both given the I'm not a muscle woman, but I'm on my way to health. So, I don't I'm not going to give up on the hope that one day I could be pain-free. I'm living with them. I'm trying to accept the mentality right now that this will be something that I deal with forever because I think it would be easier for me to cope with just being like, okay, if I can accept that now, I'll do better later. But if I can, I'm still working to get to a place where I'm pain-free. And if I can do that, you all will see that in these videos in time of like how much better I'm feeling. So I'm gonna keep on trying, not giving up. Zach says, I had a bit of a friendship with a grocery deliverer during the pandemic, but I lost touch with her when I moved 2 times ago. Oh, you never know. You could find each other again. Angela says, awesome accomplishment, Alex. Thank you so much. Rob says, Capybara Reese's chocolate swan fountain. I didn't do a chocolate swan fountain at this last event, Rob, but I did have an ice cream sundae bar and a candy like bar where people could go and they had like little bags and they could go and get like tongs and pick out their candy and assemble their bag. It was a huge hit. Angela says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a great week ahead. You as well. Thank you so much. Rob says, thank you for the sprints. Get one of those weightlifting belts for your back. Oh, is that like so that you can like pick up stuff easier? I think that's what you mean. That could be interesting. I'll have to look into that. Thank you. Good recommendation. I wish everybody an absolutely fabulous weekend, that you may have gorgeous weather, that you can go outside and touch grass and feel the sun on your face for even just a little bit. That's what I want for everybody. And oh yeah, Rob says yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, before I forget, because I almost forgot, you all will not see me next week. I know. I'm sorry. This one is not because I'm feeling bad. I was at work, and because of my baseball event that I told you all that I hosted last year, and I'm planning on hosting another one this year, they actually reached out to me and they're like, we're giving you free tickets to our opening game. Or one of the, because it's like baseball season starting. So it's like kind of like the beginning of the season. And they just gave me 2 free tickets to be able to go and like a reserved seating section. And so I asked Keaton, I was like, you want to go on a baseball date with me? So that's what we're going to do. And yeah, I think that it's going to be a lot of fun. So I know I know. I'm sorry. I'm hoping you all will forgive me, because had I not been in pain, this would have been my first one off in a little bit, but it just happened to be that like I had one off, had one going to be off again. Hopefully that won't be happening for another little while yet. So Rob says, enjoy. Thank you. We certainly will. That's assuming, of course, that like there's not some weird rain out situation. I mean, I think they said they would provide replacement tickets if there was rain. So I'll put it this way. It will be weather dependent. If it ends up raining out the game, you all will see me. If you don't see me and you don't see my sprint show up on YouTube, then assume that Keaton and I are at the game. So there you go. Angela says, go have fun. We'll still be here when you get back. Thank you. And I know that you all are very precious to me. And even though I will not be here, please know that I will miss you. And I'm wishing you the absolute best. And Rob's like, I'm hoping for rain. Oh, I love you guys. Have a great evening. See you next time.